Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to a Friday of racing here at Tampa Bay Downs. Today's first post coming up in 35 minutes. We will have scratches, changes, and track conditions coming up in a few moments. But first, we ask you to please rise, if able, as we honor America with the playing of our national anthem. And thank you, everyone. Once again, a pleasant good afternoon to you all, and welcome to day number 40 of our season here at Tampa Bay Downs. A Friday of racing set to go in 33 minutes. The main track is fast. We're off the turf once again today, off the turf course, so all races will be run over the fast main track, and 7 of the 9 will be at the mile and 40-yard distance, starting right in front of the grandstand. If you have your programs handy, let's go over today's overweights, scratches, and changes. Starting in today's first race, race 1 starts the early pick 5. A scratch in here of number 4, China Blue. Scratch number 4, China Blue, out of today's first race. Race 1, scratch the 4. Race 2 starts the early pick 4. There's no changes. No changes in today's second race. No changes, race 2. Race 3, scratch number 2, Mambo Taxi. Number 2, Mambo Taxi is scratched. Scratch the 2 out of today's third race. Race 3, scratch the number 2. Race 4 starts the ultimate 6. Scratch number 5, looking at Unicity. Number 5, looking at Unicity, is out. Scratch the 5. Number 2, State Charmer, is plus 1 pound. Plus 1 on the number 2, State Charmer, in today's fourth race. Race 4, number 2 is plus 1. Scratch the 5. Today's fifth race starts the late pick 5. It's off the turf at a mile and 40 yards on the main track. Race 5 at a mile and 40 on the main track. Scratch number 4, Ganesh. Number 4, Ganesh, is scratched. Scratch number 4, Ganesh, out of today's fifth. Race 6, a jockey change on the number 1, Yemrejana Christos. Make the rider Alex Gonzalez. Alex Gonzalez rides number 1, Yemrejana Christos, in today's sixth race. Alex Gonzalez on the 1 in race 6. Also in race 6, number 9, Tony B, is plus 1 pound. Plus 1 on the 9. Race 7 is off the turf. It's at a mile and 40 yards on the main track. Scratch number 1, Mossad. Number 1, Mossad, is out. Scratch the 1. Scratch number 2, Efficacy. Number 2, Efficacy, is scratched. So scratch 1 and 2 out of the 7th. And a jockey change on the number 6, Oro Rosso. Make the rider Alex Gonzalez. Alex Gonzalez rides number 6, Oro Rosso, in today's 7th race. Race 7, number 6. Make the rider Alex Gonzalez. Today's 8th race, a couple of jockey overweights. Number 1, Seeking Unity's 1 pound over, plus 1 on the 1. And number 2, Tapper's Valor's plus 1 pound, plus 1 on the 2. So both numbers 1 and 2 plus 1 in race 8. Ninth and final race on the card, off the turf at a mile and 40 on the main track. Scratch the 2, Cable Ready. Number 2, Cable Ready, is out. Scratch the 2. Scratch number 6, Mo Trump. Number 6, Mo Trump, is out. Scratch the 6. Scratch number 9, Equalus. Number 9, Equalus, is out. Scratch the 9. Scratch number 10, Mose. Number 10, Mose, is scratched. Scratch the 10. And scratch number 12, keep it easy. Scratch the 12, keep it easy. Do take note the number 11, Asan, will run from the also eligible list. Those are your updated overweight scratches and changes. Those changes will be scrolling along the bottom of your television monitor throughout the remainder of the afternoon. If you missed anything here on the first run through. Our track handicapper, Ren Carruthers, is on track for the next couple of days, so Ren will be with you in the paddock between races, generally at about 18 to 15 minutes to post. But you can go hear Ren's thoughts throughout the facility and watch in the paddock. Just a reminder, tomorrow is Festival Preview Day, so a big day featuring the Suncoast Stakes and the Sam F. Davis, the road to the Kentucky Oaks, and the Kentucky Derby comes through Tampa tomorrow. Our 11-race card gets underway just after 12 noon. 4 stakes races and some of the top prospects, Oaks and Derby horses, will be running tomorrow here at Tampa Bay Downs. But first up, it's Friday, a fast main track. All races on the main track today were off the turf. Post time for the first in 29 minutes. We wish you the best of luck today with all of your wagers here at beautiful Tampa Bay Downs.
Well, good morning. Well, it's afternoon now here at beautiful Tampa Bay Downs. Ren Carruthers alongside Matt Carruthers here on site. How exciting!
Hey, I this is like this is like a second home.
Yeah,
Tampa Bay Downs, right? It has that homey feeling. Remember tracks back in the day when you were a kid had that homey kind of feeling.
it's like a
Don't
family
don't
reunion.
Most tracks don't have that anymore.
Yeah,
Tampa does. Same recognizable
yeah.
faces, same patrons, employees,
I mean, just think about
and
it.
great
Next
racing.
week, we're going to be celebrating our 100th anniversary. But before we get to that, we've got a great card here this Friday. 9 races on deck. Race one's going to kick off our early pick five. It's a 5-claimer for fillies and mares 4 years old and up, which have not won 2 races since August 6th. Set in a mile 40 yards on the main track. All races will be on the main track today because we are off the turf, but still on for fun. The 5, Charlie's Beauty, is one of 2 entered for Kathleen O'Connell. Last time she got to the winner's circle, she pressed and pushed on to take a beaten 8 by 5 lengths, going that 1-turn mile at Gulfstream. Then she had the rail at the level and pressed through some spicy fractions, folded, came back on the synthetic, bumped at the start, then tried to press, had ground loss. Then last out first here at Tampa, she was bumped up into a 62.50. She had a wider draw, and the horse who were outside drew over on her as they went into that first turn, which caused her to take some odd steps. I think she can get the lead here on the drop in, though her stablemate on the rail also fast, just not quite as much. So I think this girl could get into a nice rhythm under Leon to take them all the way. She is going to be my top pick. Where did you go?
Should I just leave? Do you need me this weekend?
Yes. No, the people want to hear
I
what
don't
you
think I
have to
need it.
say.
And by the way, we came here from Lexington, where it's been like the coldest 2 week period. I like to exaggerate everything. It's been like the coldest 2 weeks in the history of Lexington. So even though it's a little chilly here, it's gorgeous. I
Yeah.
mean, the weather is spectacular. There's not a cloud in the sky. It's about 60 degrees, abundant sunshine, and the weather should be great for Davis Day tomorrow as well. I think the one violent affair is Lulled Spud. I do. I think she wins this race. I mean,
I have her pick third.
I,
I
I,
think her stablemate faster.
I put her on top.
But I think she'll get the lead
Yeah,
because
they
of
stretched her out. Kathleen did, who's been caution flammable
yes.
over the last few weeks. A little bit of a chilly start for her, but she's so good. I mean, one of the great trainers ever, obviously here at Tampa Bay Downs, and so those numbers are going to come up, and they have over the last couple of weeks. Stretched her out to a mile 40. She was 10-1 in that 7-horse field. That was a dominant wire-to-wire win. I don't expect anything different here. I think she gets the lead with that inside draw after getting the lead from an outside draw in her last start. In second, I put Lady Dominance, the 3-horse.
I have
Carrasco.
the 3 in second as well.
So you have the 5 first, I have the 1 first, and then we flip-flop our first and third, and we both have the same horse in second, that being Lady Dominance. This is a condition claiming event. Now winners of 2 over the last 6 months. And Lady Dominance comes out of those much tougher, open 62.5 claiming races. Yep. This is a significant class drop for her. Winless in 10 starts at Tampa, but I think that's you can attribute that mainly to the fact that she's been facing better competition. I put Charlie's Beauty, the other O'Connell, in third, also exiting those non-condition claiming events, losing to a horse who earned a pretty good buyer in a perfect stocking trip and winning with a 68 buyer as a 2-1 favorite on the 18th of January. But I think the one's a little bit quicker. I think the price, I think it's a little bit better. So for me, one violent affair, 1-3-5, not the biggest field in the world, but if you're starting to pick 5, tough to decide whether you want to single or kind of use the big 3 in this race. I think 1-3-5, or maybe go all. It's a field of 5.
All right, you went 1-3-5. I'm going 5-3-1 here in race 1 to start the day and the early pick 5.
The horses onto the track post-breeding for today's first race, start of the early pick five. A $5,000 claiming event for fillies and mares, 4-year-olds and upward. They'll be at 1 mile and 40 yards over that fast main track. Scratch the 4, field of 5 set to go here. Race 1 offers daily double, exacta, trifecta, and superfecta wagering. We begin the rolling pick 3s, and we start the early pick 5. That pool over $17,000. You still got 6 minutes to post time. 6 minutes. 2 minutes to post time. Today's first race, the early pick 5, coming up in 2 minutes. 2 minutes to post. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Today's first race field, just 1 minute from post time. 1 minute. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's opener. First of 9 here on a Friday. Field of 5 at the mile and 40-yard distance. 7 of the 9 races today will be at this mile and 40-yard distance as we are off the turf. All races on the fast main track today. Your 8-5 favorite here, number 5, Charlie's Beauty. 2-1 on the numbers 1 and 3 as we start the loading process. Wesley Ho and Shoop, there it is, moving forward. Here's Lady Dominance and Gabriel Maldonado. Right now, 2-1, your co-second choice. Charlie's Beauty and Pole of Trouble, the final 2, will be set to kick off day number 40 of the season. A fast main track today. All races on the main track, sunny skies, and we're ready for a Friday card. Joe Trejos and Pole of Trouble to complete the line. Goes in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Pole of Trouble away a step slow. One Violent Affair from the inside shows good early speed. Driving up on the outside, Charlie's Beauty. And right between them goes Shoop, there it is, who's a half length back in third as they go into that turn. One Violent Affair, Charlie's Beauty, those two on the front end. It's going to be Charlie's Beauty to cross over there in front of One Violent Affair, who shifts out to the 2 path for Cecily Evans. And behind that comes Shoop, there it is, who's now third. Quickly a break of 4 more lengths back to Lady Dominance in the 4th spot. Pole of Trouble, the slow start, has that one 5th and last at about 8.5 off the lead. 24.09 seconds. So they start that backstretch journey here at Tampa Bay Downs. And it's Charlie's Beauty and Sunny Leone in front by a length to Cecily Evans and One Violent Affair in the 2nd spot. A length and a half more to Shoop, there it is. Wesley Ho there racing in 3rd. Lady Dominance, Gabriel Maldonado's gotten that one a little bit closer. He's drawn within about 5.5 or 6 of the lead. And it's 4 more back to Joe Trejos and Pole of Trouble, who trail. They run past that half-mile pole, the opening half, 48.66 seconds. The even money favorite, Charlie's Beauty, but company is coming. Here's One Violent Affair up on the outside. Shoop, there it is, still in a bit of a tight spot between runners. Now looping up on the outside, Lady Dominance from 4th is drawn within 2 of the lead. Charlie's Beauty, but here's One Violent Affair, and One Violent Affair on the outside up to Pokeneck in front. Charlie's Beauty couldn't keep with that one as One Violent Affair now a length and a half in front. Charlie's Beauty back second. After that comes Lady Dominance. Shoop, there it is, and 4 more back to Pole of Troubles. They come to the top of the lane. One Violent Affair trying to see it out here as a final furlong to go. 2-length lead. Trying to battle back to the inside is Charlie's Beauty. It's 2.5 more to Lady Dominance. One Violent Affair has to finish the job. Final 16th to go. One Violent Affair now back on track. Now 2 in front. Charlie's Beauty second best to One Violent Affair. Goes on to win it here. One Violent Affair 2.5 in the end. Charlie's Beauty was second, third. Lady Dominance 4th. Shoot. There it is. 1, 5, 3, and 2. 1, 5, 3, 2, and 6. Your second choice, 5 to 2. One Violent Affair, the winner. Results are official. $7.60 on the win for One Violent Affair. One Violent Affair, 6-year-old chestnut mare by Violence out of Orient Harbor, was bred in Kentucky by Timbertown Stable LLC. Kathleen O'Connell and Dennis Holman are the winning owners. Kathleen O'Connell, the winning trainer. Cecily Evans aboard for the winning ride. One Violent Affair, your second choice winner here of today's opener at 5 to 2. The exact at $10.90, trifecta $12.55, the dime super $4.35. Today's second race is coming up next, race number 2, just 23 minutes away. No scratches or changes in the upcoming second race. We'll start the early pick 4 here at 6.5 furlongs. Post time 22 minutes at 1:08 p.m. Fans, if you're joining us on track, be sure to head to the Tampa Bay Downs gift shop located on the first floor. Lots of great Tampa Bay Downs logoed merchandise, gifts, apparel, and more. The Tampa Bay Downs gift shop on the first floor. We did have some claims in the first race. Number 3, Lady Dominance, was claimed. Goes to owner Stephen Burns and Shoe Sun Racing. Tim Shoe, the new trainer. And number 5, Charlie's Beauty, was claimed by Establo Eluche and Juan Carlos Avila, the new trainers. Number 5, claimed by Juan Carlos Avila.
Jack Carruthers. You beat me in the first race, but I will tell you, I was right. I thought the 5 was faster than the 1, and she was, but unfortunately, she didn't have the grit to hang on and not get passed by your top selection, One Violent Affair.
It was a little bit of a light bulb angle. I know she'd obviously won before, but she'd lost 8 in a row, and now back-to-back wins.
Back at the 2, yeah, she had one
well
at the 2
done
turns.
with Cecily Evans to be able to go wire to wire January 7th, and then to show the ability to rate from the rail in a pretty easy winner. I think we third choice at 5-2.
I think we're on the same horse here in race 2. It's going to kick off the early pick 4 with a 16 claimer for fillies and mares 4 years old and up, which have never won 2 races. They're going to be going 6.5 furlongs on the main track. I am going with the 8. That is Sweet Hazley in for Juan Avila. She's making a first start for the barn. This girl won her debut back in 2023 by 5 1/4 lengths at Gulfstream Park and later pressed the pace before folding out in the Cash Run. Contested at the 1-turn mile there at Gulfstream. And the winner in that race was Power Squeeze, who went on to become a Grade 1 winner. Sweet Hazley, she didn't run again for over a year. First start back was that optional 16 N1X. She was favored. Had that bad start from the inside, set about 2 off the pace, which was hot. Ended up 5th, being 2 3/4 lengths. Took more time off, came back in that optional 25 N1X at Gulfstream at 6 furlongs. Had the rail again, didn't break sharp, was basically eased. But that race did produce 2 next out winners. One of those was Rumors Have It, who next put up a 101 buyer scoring at the level.
Who's checking our odds right
and the second to last runner, that was Lynn's Milky Way, who went on to, who had run rather, second in her Gasparilla Stakes. She went on to put up a 90 buyer figure scoring in the allowance N3X at Charlestown, and she's actually won her last 2 starts, Lynn's Milky Way, most recently in optional 62 at Gulfstream. So then that last start of Hazley's, I mean, that was a first out with Lasix as well. Now she's in this barn, which strikes at 31% here at Tampa. She's freshened up off the rail, dropped all the way into a win condition 16 claimer. I think she's going to be tough. Wow. Sorry, did you get all that?
Yeah. I mean, the information, I just kind of like the 8.
What do you think they paid me for, just to sit here and look pretty?
I think the 8's fast. I mean, we're on the same horse. I just don't have as much to say about it.
But see, if a horse is going to be, what is her price right now?
Is it Sweet Hazley?
Sweet
6 to
Hazley.
1. She's 6 to 1.
That's kind of crazy, right?
Okay, with me, it's simple. I'm a simple man. I am. It's pretty obvious. Do I have to explain that to you? She hasn't raced since May 31st. What is that? What are we in? Early February, March, April, May? A little more than 8 months, right? Yeah. She won by 5 1/4 in her debut. So I know she can. I feel confident that she'll run well fresh, because first time out, what are you? You are a fresh racehorse. And she was 5 to 1 and she crushed. And that was a strong field. The runner-up in that race, I think 2 removed, was a very good maiden special winner. You mentioned Power Squeeze. I think she won the Gulfstream Park Oaks. I mean, she was one of the better 3-year-old fillies on dirt in the country.
Power Squeeze is a Suncoast winner also.
There you go. We talked about it off air. 95% of our talk off air is involved horse racing, so we're very interesting people, well-rounded. Yes. But yeah, I think Sweet Hazley is the speed of the speed. I love where she's drawn. Juan Avila, first for the barn, the numbers are frivolous, 10 for 21, 48%. So the barn's good. She has speed. The only question I have with her is the 6 and a hook. Is the 6.5 off of that long layoff, having not raced in a long time. So we both like the same horse. I put Awesome Campaign, the 6 horse, in second. Chamois Marin for Jan Arnett. Jan Arnett off the claim. Maybe the light bulb angle here. She was 0 for 11. She broke her maiden as the second choice in a 7-horse field. It was a 2-horse race. She was even money and not favored. And the runner-up in that race came back to crush at the level for Greg Sacco on January 23rd. So I put the 6 horse in second. And in third, the 4, not Naked Eyes, one of your favorite bands from the 80s, but Naked Eye, who also has faced better and takes a logical class drop for Derek Ryan.
That's my second pick.
Having not raced in 6 months. And, oh, by the way, her only win was against maiden special opposition at Tampa. Fits in nicely off the layoff, having struggled against better, in for the 2L in race number 2.
Yeah, Naked Eye is my second pick. I mean, she was the, morning line favorite at 6 to 5. Currently sitting at 2 to 1 right now.
Who's favored?
The favorite right now is Mama Drama, the 3 for Jerry Bennett.
Okay.
I mean, you got Camacho aboard. Why not, right? But I did not use her in my top 3. My third pick is the 6 Awesome Campaign. You already talked about her a bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's Camacho and Bennett. I guess the bettors are looking, hey, that January 9th race where we have others like the horse that we like, the 8, The horse that I'm giving it a chance to in the 4, they haven't raced in a while, whereas the 3 has that race in tow, that race under her belt off of a 6-month laugh. So people are expecting her to move forward. Second off of that laugh, I just didn't think that was the fastest race in the world, and she got clear on the front end, and I don't think she gets clear on the lead in here. So it's a wide open race, but we're both a little against the favorite. You always got to be careful when you go against Camacho and Bennett, though.
Okay, well, I can't get a point ahead of you in this race in our little side competition.
We're being competitive here.
But,
okay.
But
She's
I
so
don't
competitive.
think. What is your
Very
top? What is
competitive.
your official top 3 again?
8, 6, 4. Even numbers
my gosh,
dominate
we have the same top
second
3,
race.
just flip-flopped a little bit. 8, 4, 6 in race 2 here, which again is going to kick off our early pick 4.
The horses onto the track, post-parading for today's second race, a $16,000 claiming event for fillies and mares. 4-year-olds and upward, they'll be at 6.5 furlongs on the fast main track. Field of 8 set to go. No scratches or jockey changes here in today's second race. Race 2 offers daily double, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, pick 3, super high 5. We start the early pick 4, post time at 6 minutes. 2 minutes to post time. Today's second race, the early pick 4 in 2 minutes. The horses are approaching the starting gate. We're 1 minute from post time. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's second race. Field of 8 set to go the 6.5 furlongs. Post time favorite here, number 4 Naked Eye at 2-1. Also now joining that one at 2-1 the outside, Sweet Hazley. Ola Hermosa the first to move in the house red colors to gate 1. Here's Bella Mendy in the Thunderstride red, white, and blue. Mama Drama coming up. High Hearts has gone in. Here's Awesome Campaign to gate 6. Mama Drama still not quite in. Couple more left to load. Country Economics and Sweet Hazley will be all set for a start here in today's second race. Early pick 4 time on a Friday. Sweet Hazley going up and in. And the race is on. Bellimendi flashing speed from the center of the field. Quickly goes a length in front as Mama Drama coming from out of the pack to challenge now toward the inside. Sweet Hazley, Naked Eye, they're away third and fourth. The two favorites both about 2 off this early leader. So then a lineup of 4 at the back. Down at the inside, Ola Hermosa between horses High Hearts. 3 deep there for Awesome Campaign. And the early trailers, Country Economics. But only about 5 lengths cover the group as up front Bellimendi is surrounded. Down on the inside, Mama Drama. On the outside, Sweet Hazley. Those 3 through an opening quarter in 22.95 seconds. They're a length and a half in front of Ola Hermosa. Naked Eye dropped right out of there. Naked Eye and Jesus Castanon, the 7-5 favorites, dropped out to second last now. So they wind around the turn past the 3/8 pole. It's Bellimendi just in front of Sweet Hazley. Poised to that one's outside, just a head back in second. They're 2 clear of Mama Drama third. 2 more back to Ola Hermosa. Naked Eye trying to get back into gear after getting shuffled back there is 5th down along the fence. Then comes High Hearts. So they come to the top of the lane. Sweet Hazley up to grab the lead. Sweet Hazley ahead in front. Battling on Bellimendi to that one's inside. They're still 2 clear of Mama Drama. It's still that big gap then. 4 more back to Naked Eye and Ola Hermosa as they have a final 16th to go. Bellimendi is back for more. Sweet Hazley now back in second. Bellimendi resurgent on the inside. Sweet Hazley and Mama Drama, Bellimendi and Charlie Marquez battle back to win it at 13-1. Won it by 2. Sweet Hazley was second. Mama Drama third. Fourth looked like maybe High Hearts over Ola Hermosa. Five, 8, 3, 2, and 1. 5, 8, 3, 2, 1. The unofficial order. 118.59. The final time for the 6.5 furlongs. Results are official. $28 on the win for Bellimendi. Bellimendi wins first off the claim for the Nick Goodwin barn and hits at 13-1. Bellimendi's coming to the winner's circle for the second time in her career. 4-year-old Gray-Roan filly by Mendelssohn out of Belo Porte. Was bred in Kentucky by New Horizon Farm. Thunderstride Racing, the winning owners. Nick Goodwin, the winning trainer. Charlie Marquez, board for the winning ride. Bellimendi fights back to win today's second race at a price. Five eight exact to $68.90. Trifecta $163.50. The 10-cent Super $245.27. Daily Double $88.80. Super High 5, nobody had it, so we'll carry over $2,090, but we'll carry it to the fourth race because the third has a field of 6. And we needed 7 for the Super High Five. So race 3 coming up next in 22 minutes at 1:38 p.m. Scratch the 2 Mambo Taxi number 2 is scratched. Field of 6 remain in. We'll be at a mile and 40 yards, and we'll start a middle pick 4 coming up in 22 minutes. We did have a claim in the second race. Number 4, Naked Eye, was claimed. Goes to owner trainer Juan Arriagada. Juan Arriagada claims the 4.
Matt Carruthers, how about that upset in race 2? I did not see that coming off the claim there for Nick Goodwin, going wire to wire, or gate to wire.
Most did not.
Yeah.
13-1.
I thought we had that with the 8. I did.
I mean, great. You claim for 8. You come back for 16. Apparently, that 48-4 work on January 25th since the December 17th claim obviously woke this filly up, instilled a lot of speed in her. I thought the 8 was in a great spot, Sweet Hazel, and the 5 pulled away from her late.
Yeah, no excuse there. But and by the way, before we get into race 3 here, I just want to make it clear because I just found out we have the same horses. We did not handicap together. We don't do that. We are competing against each other, and somehow I guess we've landed on the same horses here.
We rarely speak to each other.
Yeah.
When we're not working, it's a very quiet home that we reside in.
Oh, sorry. So race 3 is a main special.
When I talk to her, I usually raise my hand and I get called on. Yeah, that's kind of how it works. I'm kidding.
True.
It's a joke.
Race 3 is a main special weight. It's for 3-year-old fillies. It's set at a mile 40 yards on the main track. The 6, always a runner, first-time starter for Chad Brown. She sold for over $1 million as a yearling, so makes sense that she's going to get a lot of attention in here. She's daughter of gun runner, and her mom, always Karina. She won the first 2 starts of her career by a combined 13 3/4 lengths with figures in the 90s before running second in the Mother Goose. She was also trained by Chad Brown, by the way, and mom is a half-sister to Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Chap Structor. And the granny here is a full sister to another Breeders' Cup winner in More Than Real, who scored the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf. So it's a flexible pedigree surface-wise. It's a classy pedigree. I like her a lot. I'm going to go on real quick because I've just got some shorter analysis on the other 2 horses. The 5, All About You, making a first start for Barbosa. This is off a layoff going back to November. That's when she ran 4th, beating 3.5 in a main special weight, going 2 turns for the first time at Churchill Downs. She has speed, but was about 2 lengths off the pace that day, despite it being tepid. The winner wired for Brad Cox, and that race produced a next out winner with Search Party, scoring a main special weight at Oaklawn by 6 for Mark Cassie. You also see some other solid names in those company lines like Paige Turner, concurrently, both of whom now have stakes black type. The former second in the Fern Creek to On Time Girl, and the latter was third in the Grade 2 Demoiselle. All About You is now getting first-time Lasix while making this first start for a barn that's 20% sending one out for the first time. And then I'll say, I don't know what to make of the work tab or the lack of it for the number 1, Goldie Gate, but this Belsoir trainee has a mighty nice pedigree. She's a daughter of Charlatan and out of Gold Doro by Medaglia d'Oro, making her a 3/4 sister to Strike Power, who put up a 102 buyer on debut, scoring a Gulfstream Park main special weight by 8 lengths. He then won the Grade 3 Swale, was second in the Fun of Youth. Her mom, meanwhile, she was Grade 3 place, going 9 furlongs on the turf. So 6-5-1 in race 3 for me.
What the heck am I going to say now? It's like yeah.
I stole your thunder, but this is a maiden race. I get dibs on talking about the maidens.
That's fine. I mean, always a runner to the 6. Yeah, I mean, I'll keep it. Okay, she's a gun runner. Her mother was fast, also.
I like it.
She was really fast. She won the first 2
Horse
starts.
Fast.
She won the first 2 starts of her career. Did always Karina. Buyers of 94 and 93. She's working well. She cost a cool $1 million, and she's bred to be quick.
More than a cool $1 million.
$1 million and change.
$1 million and 50K.
I mean, we're talking $1 million, an extra 50 grand. That's change, right?
Yeah, pocket change.
Endless, I'm sorry, the 5, All About You. Yeah, there's a layoff. It's not a lengthy one, is it? I mean, it's just a smidge, a touch, a hair, more than 2 months. You mentioned some of the horses. Yeah, I mean, Paige Turner, I thought was a pretty good second in the Fern Creek at Churchill in her next start. Yeah, you mentioned Search Party, won by 6 at Oaklawn. The buyer was 81 in that race as well. So, those are very good maiden races coming out of. This could potentially be a very good maiden race, obviously, because the first-time starters with the pedigree we already talked about, the 6. And then Golly Gate. Yeah, I mean, you're 3/4 to Strike Power. I mean, I remember that debut. I mean, that was spectacular at Gulfstream with that 102. The mother was, I think, more of a turf router, but that's why you're going to mile 40 in the first start of your career.
Is the mom's name Gold Doro a little redundant? Gold?
That's a heck of a point. Yeah.
Just saying.
Yeah, I used to know a guy named Frank. That's a bizarre.
It's a short name.
Yeah,
Frank. It's a Frank name.
His mother his parents got divorced, and then she remarried and got the last name Frank, and he ended up going by Frank. It was a little odd.
I have a cousin, Hakim Hakim.
Anyways, so yeah, what are the odds in the 6? The horse got to be hammered right now, right?
Well,
heavily
let's
favored?
check it out. I know. I don't think we're telling the public anything they
You know that
Donor
double, by the way,
AC.
that double paid, let's round, I like rounding up,
Okay.
$89 for a buck, the early double. So if you're 2 for 2 in the pick five, don't get giddy with excitement. You're only 40% there.
Yeah, she's 4 to 5
But
right
you can
now.
get a
She's odds
little,
on.
you can get a little bounce to your step a little bit. Just don't overdo it at this point. Yeah, 4 to 5 on always a runner. Yeah, the public sees the way we do. If the 6 doesn't win, it has to be the 5. Your third choice, we should mention Endless Glory, I guess,
Yeah.
since we did not mention the horse who won the second race. This horse does have some speed. It's Kevin Rice with a filly by Nyquist. The race she's coming out of wasn't the quickest race in the world, but I thought the winner was pretty good for Chad Brown here on the 11th of January. And she showed speed in a race in which closers pretty much dominated. The winner was
Yep.
fourth, the half-mile pole, and the second and third place finishers were seventh and sixth. So good performance. I mean, she's got to step up a little bit, but she does have an experience edge and a recency edge over the 5.
And she also has a nice pedigree combination that I love. When you see Nyquist is good, period, right? But when you see Nyquist over anything AP Indy, and in this case she's out of a Congrats mare, Congrats, of course, a son of AP Indy, there's just something about that combination that gives it a little extra spice.
Okay, she's getting bet, really. Considering the 6 horse is 4 to 5 right now, she's 5 to 1 on the board right now. So outside of the favorite, the 3's the horse who's getting a little bit of money.
Oh, she
that I'm a
is
little surprised
lovely,
about.
by the way. I'm
Who, the
seeing
3?
the 6. The 6, I just saw her come on out, and she looks lovely and composed, ready to make this debut.
Everyone
she's
looks
got
pretty well behaved,
yeah,
right, out here?
She's got the typical Chad tail that we see on his runners. It's been all banged out. But yeah, this looks like a really nice assembly here of fillies. I do think it does run through the favorite, but you never know.
And if she wins this race at a mile 40, I'll be curious to see how she does it. Because, again, the dam was very, very quick.
Yep.
I would expect her maybe not to be – I wouldn't be shocked if she's in front out of the gate, but she's going to be close up, I would think. And it's premature, right? But basically, we had a gate-to-wire winner at 13-1 in the second.
Mm-hmm.
Stalking and a horse who took control about the half-mile pole, who won pretty easily in the first race. So speed has done very well thus far. It's not like they were 3-5s. Third choice, 13-1, basically on the lead in the first 2 races. So we'll see how that plays out. Obviously, even more important today than normal with the races off the turf, all 9 races on the main track.
They're about to go, riders. Up 6-5-1 for me here in race 1. You're on the same top 3?
Yep, 6-5-1.
All right, 6-5-1 in race 3, kicking off our next pick 4.
The horses onto the track post parading for today's third race, a maiden special weight event for 3-year-old fillies. They'll be at a mile and 40 yards on the fast main track. Scratch the 2. Number 2 is scratched. A field of 6 remain in. With that scratch, no super high 5 wagering here in the third race. Race 3 does offer daily double, exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Pick 3, we start that. Middle pick 4. You still have 5 minutes to post time. 5 minutes. 2 minutes to post time. Today's third, 2 minutes. Approaching the gate, 1 minute. The horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's third. Start of the middle, pick 4. Field of 6 here at that 1.40-yard distance. Post time favorite 4-5 on the number 6. Always a runner 6-5. All About You. Here's Goldie Gate, one of 2 firsters in here. The other is the aforementioned favorite, Always a Runner, who's even money now. Endless Glory coming up. Here's Miss Winnie. 32-1, your longest shot on the board. All About You is next. Samuel Marin. Final 2 going to be Always a Runner, and Evangelina will be all set for a start here in today's third. Always a Runner. 3-5 favorite going up. And Evangelina going to be the final one to join. Jesus Castanon. Evangelina in the Calumet colors to the outside draw. Goes in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. The favorite, both the firsters actually came out slow. Always a Runner, and Goldie Gate was even slower. Endless Glory goes out to the early advantage. Miss Winnie, those two to contest it early on as Evangelina on the far outside. All About You starts to work over with a couple of paths over toward the inside. Tries to clear the traffic in behind with Goldie Gate and Always a Runner. So they're only separated by 4.5 lengths as it is Endless Glory and Israel Rodriguez to lead them. Endless Glory through that first turn, a length and a half to the good of Miss Winnie. All About You guided over the rail by Samuel Marin is third. Evangelina, 4 wide trip in fourth. Then comes Always a Runner, and Goldie Gate is at the back. 23.94 seconds, that opening quarter mile time. The backstretch journey begins with Endless Glory, a half length in front now. Miss Winnie, who presses closer. Evangeline under a tight hold up on the outside. Then comes All About You. It's 2.5 more back to Always a Runner. Goldie Gate still about 5 lengths off the leader. So they have a half mile left to go. The leader, Endless Glory. Evangelina tugging right up within a neck now. 48.43 seconds, the opening half-mile time. It's Endless Glory to the far turn. On the outside of Angelina. Now Always a Runner trying to get in gear on the far outside. Is going to have to go 3 paths wide, but is between horses. All About You is looking for a seam. They bunch up here as All About You finds a rail run, and they wind around to the quarter pole. Out wide, Always a Runner going to the lead. Endless Glory. Evangelina, All About You couldn't quite get through down at the inside, and it's still back fourth. It's about 6 more, then back to Miss Winnie and Goldie Gate, but Always a Runner takes over at the top of the lane. Always a Runner lugs in toward the inside path, but is still 2.5 lengths in front. Evangelina, Endless Glory, All About You dropped right out of it. As they come to the final 16th of a mile, it's Always a Runner. Always a Runner geared down here, about 4.5 in front of Evangelina and Endless Glory, who are in a good battle, but it's for second. Always a Runner scores easily here by about 6 in the end. Evangelina was second, Endless Glory third. All About You finished fourth. Stop the timer in 1:42.93 seconds. Six, 7, 3, 5, and 4. Final time 1:42.93 seconds for Always a Runner. Debut win here for Always a Runner. Here's your 3-5 favorite. Results are now official. 6, 7, 3, 5 official sign on the board. 320 on the win for Always a Runner. Always a Runner, a 3-year-old dark Bayer Brown filly by Gun Runner out of Always Karina. Was bred in Kentucky by Three Chimneys Farm, LLC. Three Chimneys Farm owned the horse along with Douglas Scharbauer. Chad Brown is the winning trainer. Sammy Camacho aboard for the winning ride. His debut win after a bad start for Always a Runner. Scores here in today's third. Prices on the board. The exacta 6 and 7, $9.10. Trifecta $14.50. 10-cent super $4.65. The daily double $38.60. And the early pick 3, $94.65. Race 4 is on deck. We'll start the Ultimate 6, 13,609 in the jackpot carryover. Race 4. Scratch the number 5. We also have a super high 5 carryover of $2,090. Field of 7 set to go 6 furlongs. The Ultimate 6 starts next. Fans, don't forget tomorrow, Festival Preview Day. An 11 race card gets underway just after 12 noon. Suncoast Stakes, the Sam F. Davis Stakes headline, a big 11 race card that'll feature some top 3-year-old fillies and 3-year-olds on the roads to the Kentucky Oaks and the Kentucky Derby. Again, first post just after 12 noon tomorrow, what should be a great Festival Preview Day.
Matt, before we talk, sorry, I startled you. I think I might have startled people on the apron as well.
I'm right
Apologize
here.
to
Yep.
them.
Hi.
Hi. So that filly, the Chad Brown filly, there,
Always a runner.
always a runner. Race 3, boy, is she aptly named. She freaking floats.
I mean, I would think there's. I mean, I don't think I'll ever be in this position. Debuting.
I'll be right back.
Hey, you okay?
Oh yeah, I just
Is that
dropped
right?
my
Oh,
phone.
your phone. Okay. Wow. Okay. I don't think I'll ever be in the position where I debut a horse that cost over $1 million. So I'll never know this feeling. I'm guessing the feeling is.
Can you fight this feeling?
Is one of anxiety.
Yeah, right.
I would think.
When you're
right?
debuting, yeah, a horse
Right?
over $1
Because
million. Yeah.
I mean, you think, but you never know. And hello, and you walk out of the gate, you recover, you gather yourself. I think Jason said early on in the race they were separated by 4.5 lengths, so she got right back into the race. Then she made that middle move, and it was kind of a pick your margin of length type of victory. I mean, they could have won by double digits if they chose to, but obviously no reason to do that. So, yeah, as the racing cliche goes, the future is very bright,
Yes.
and the ceiling is extremely high.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, the ceiling's not very high for me here in race 4 to get ahead of you in any way because you are just one race ahead of me with the
Not
win.
very tall, so the ceiling's always
Because
sort
yes,
of high for
exactly.
you.
Yeah, no, that is very true. Thank you for the short joke. But yeah, we have the same top pick again here in race 4, which by the way is going to kick off our ultimate 6.
I think you did. I fell asleep before you.
No,
last night,
there's no
so
way.
I don't know what you were doing at that point.
No. This is a main 32 for 3-year-old fillies. It says 6 furlongs on the main track. I'm going the 2. State Charmer here for Tim Ham. This is a firster by Silver State. She's currently sitting at 15 to 1 on the board, which is redonkulous.
Is she really?
Yeah. She debuts with Lasix. She's by Silver State, who was a debut winner by 9 3/4 lengths. He went on to become a Grade 1 winning miler. He won the Met Mile as part of a 6-race win streak. The mom, Cloud Charmer by Flatter, ran at Tampa 5 times. 3 of those were in the slot, but the 2 that weren't, she won by open legs, putting up figures of 79 and 71. This girl's also a half sister to Peace Cloud, who was a winner on the turf here. And this meet, he scored an 8-3. 8 and 3L. I mean, obviously not impressive class level, I know, but he did earn a 73 buyer figure doing it. But more to the point, the mom's sister by Tappa, who won our Sun Coast and our Wayward Lass, and her sister by Broken Vow, Cloudy Vow, third in the Grade 2 Pocahontas, went on to produce We the Clouds, who ran third in our Gasparilla Stakes. So this is a family of solid filly performers who have done well here at Tampa specifically.
You're like, they talk about back in the day at the Comedy Store in Hollywood.
Are you calling me a joke?
The comedians that followed Pryor.
Oh.
Robin Williams. I feel like the guy, like the audience is going crazy. They've never laughed harder, and then I come up there to the mic. Hi, how are you?
I like to set the bar high.
I had a bad plane flight on the way here. Anyways, yeah, and Tim Ham also has been so good with first-time starters for as long as I can remember.
Yeah.
And I'm getting a little long in the tooth. So that's a long time. So just an outstanding guy first out. Outstanding individual, actually. A great guy is Tim Ham,
Yeah.
who you know pretty well. 20% in the meeting. So you talked about the pedigree. I mean, Silver State was fabulous. You mentioned the 9 3/4 win. That was at Churchill first out. The win in the Met Mile, the $2 million in earnings. And I thought she would be a price, and right about that. In second, I went with the 8-horse Sarasota Honey. The Big Beast was a lightning fast racehorse.
Wait,
yes.
2 things. 1, when you say that name, you just got to say it, the Big Beast, like that one. And 2, this is
not doing
actually, I checked Luis's selections today, and he
Not
was
gonna do
riding right along on the same horses with us through the first 3 races. He differs with us in this race. He doesn't have the 2 as his top pick. He does have the 8 that you're about to speak about. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so she's by the Big Beast, who was lightning fast.
You said it wrong again, but it's okay.
Yeah, I can't do it that way. I'm just not cool enough. The mother, second in her debut at Saratoga, and then won second time out maiden special at Saratoga. So she was very precocious herself. The Big Beast precocious, half to a maiden special winner, second time out, going 7 furlongs on dirt at Belmont. Half to another horse that won first out of Hawthorne, who made $210,000, and did it at 4.5 furlongs. That tells you speed. If you win by 7 1/4 lengths at 4.5 furlongs, you're fast. So there's a lot of speed in the pedigree with the 8. I think she's going to run very well for David Braddy, who, with limited stars at the meeting, is hitting at a very high percentage. The 6-horse Runtown, I put third. She's very consistent.
Mm-hmm.
She lost to a 4-5 favorite who got an easy lead.
Yeah.
in her last start, so I kind of forgive her for getting tired. 4-5 favorite got the lead. The fractions were slow. She needs to be better, but she has some speed. She has some consistency. I think she comes out of a decent race. What?
The 7, she is making an impression here in the paddock. Big filly. She's actually my second pick. This is Choose Your Words. She's a first-time starter for Vincent. She's debuting with Lasix. I love the Buqueros, especially on this track. This girl's out of Words of Advice by Will Take Charge. You can really see that in her, that influence. And, the mom, she raced once. She ran third in main 25. She was beaten just a length and a half. The family includes grade 1 winners, Tis Way, Will's Way, and Willa on the Move. So I love that. And then I completed my top 3 with Cajun Hottie. I mean, she's just shown a lot of grit in her 2 starts here this meet. She nearly won her debut, had to settle for second. And then first time blinkers bumped up from 16 to main 25. She ran second again after dueling, this time beaten just 3/4 of length. And making a first off the claim for Benny Feliciano. I thought that was a game run. They're about to get the jockeys on up, so I'm just going to let you reiterate your top 3.
2, 8, 6. I mean, Shade's worked here for years, so I can put these on right now.
2, 7, 3 here for me in race 4, and your ultimate 6 starts now.
The horse is onto the track, post-sprinting for today's 4th race, $32,000 maiden claiming event for 3-year-olds. Fillies, they'll be at 6 furlongs. Field of 7 set to go here. Scratch the 5. Number 5 is scratched. Number 2 is plus £1. Race 4 offers daily double, exact, trifecta, superfecta wagering. We start at pick 3. We have a super high 5 carryover of $2,090. We start the ultimate 6, $13,609, and the jackpot carryover starts here in today's 4th race. 6 minutes away. 2 minutes to post time. Today's fourth race, the Ultimate Six, in 2 minutes. Approaching the starting gate, just 1 minute to post time, 1 minute. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's fourth. Field of 7 here at 6 furlongs. This will be the final one-turn race of the afternoon. The final 5 races all going to be at 1.40 miles on the main track. Again, we're off the turf today. Here's Black Fly, the first to move in. Right now, a 33-1 long shot. Your favorite on the outside, number 8, Sarasota Honey, 7-5. One of 4 first-time starters in here. Cajun Hottie, your second choice at 2-1. One of the experienced runners, a State Charmer, goes forward. Cipriano Gill for Tim Ham right now at 6-1. Cajun Hottie to gate 3. Ricky Feliciano for Benny Feliciano going up. Here's Hurricane Season. Gadia Martinez for the Gary Alabrat barn. Runtown, Choose Your Words, and Sarasota Honey are going to be the final 3. We'll be all set for a start. Today's fourth, the Ultimate Six, ready to commence on a Friday. Sarasota Honey, Edwin Gonzalez, your 7-5 favorite, the first-time starter for the J. David Brady barn. Choose Your Words goes in. Sarasota Honey to complete the line. Sarasota Honey going in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Sarasota Honey from the outside gate was away quickly, driving through tough times there for Hurricane Season in between horses. Looks like the rider lost the irons there at the back of the field. The leader, though, is the Sarasota Honey, who leads at a length and a half. To Black Fly to the inside. State Charmer, Cajun Hottie is in that second flight, and at the far outside, Choose Your Words. Those four across the track. They're all just about a length behind the leader. It's two more then back to Runtown, and about another 8 back to Hurricane Season, still without the irons there as they run to the far turn. Sarasota Honey at 6-5, 22.75. The opening quarter mile lets it out a notch in front, 2.5. To Cajun Hottie, who chases in that second position. After that, a big lineup of runners. Runtown, State Charmer, down at the inside, Black Fly, and out wide, Choose Your Words. Still that big gap back to Hurricane Season, who had all that trouble early on. Sarasota Honey's cruising up top. Sarasota Honey to the top of the stretch has opened up 4. To Runtown, who's up on the outside. Cajun Hottie, State Charmer, and down at the fence, Black Fly. It's still Sarasota Honey there, a 4.5 length cushion at the 8th pole. State Charmer, Runtown, both plugging away second and third. State Charmer's up to a clear second now, but inside the final 16th. This one is over. Sarasota Honey, Edwin Gonzalez win it easy here at 6-5. They won it by 6 in the end. State Charmer was second, third, Runtown fourth, Black Fly. Eight, 2, 6, 1, and 3. .111.90 the final time for the 6 furlong. Sarasota Honey, a convincing winner here of race 4. To the winner's circle, Sarasota Honey, 3-year-old Bay Filly by the Big Beast out of Kimono. Bred in Florida by Woodford Thoroughbreds LLC. Joel Sainer, the winning owner. J. David Bradley, the winning trainer. Edwin Gonzalez aboard for the winning ride. Sarasota Honey victorious here in today's 4th event. Again, results unofficial. Price is pending here. Results now official. Price is on the board. $460 for the win on Sarasota Honey. The exact to $13.40. Trifecta $29.20. The dime super $70.67. Daily double $4.90. Pick 3 $63.25. The high five hit for $2,581.40. Race 5's coming up next. We'll start the late pick 5. It's a starter allowance at 1 mile and 40 yards on the main track. Reminder, we're off the turf. All races on the main track today. Scratch the 4, Ganesh. Number 4 is out. The field of 7 set to go. Late pick 5 time in 23 minutes.
Matt Carruthers, yeah, the right three horses, wrong order there, but
That was, that was
the
another.
the favorite prevailed. I got to give shout out though to our top pick. We both like the Tim Ham filly in there, the first time starter. She won. She ran great to get second. What was she, 7-1, 8-1?
I think she might have been 8-1, but I mean, we've had back-to-back first-time starters.
Yeah.
That looked really, really good.
Yeah, and I would say for players going forward with the Tim Ham filly, what was her name again? I got to pull it up because she's
State Charmer.
State Charmer. I think she only gets better from here. She looked like she could deal with losing a little bit of the baby fat, so I think she'll be even tougher second time out. That was a nice run from her.
Yeah, but the winner at Sarasota.
Yeah, she looked.
Ran to that pedigree, pedigree with speed, and that was a dominant win. Another horse on the lead.
Yeah.
Here over this main track. So race number 5, we are off the turf, and the distance switches to a mile 40.
Exactly, and it's going to also kick off our late pick 5 here. It's an allowance for fillies and mares 4 years old enough, which start for a claiming price of $25,000 or less in 2025, 2026. As you said, off the turf, now going to mile 40 on the main track. The 5 Sister Supreme, I just think she's the deal here.
Yep.
Back in for Darian Rodriguez. And off a turf win, which was a second off the layoff, and stretch out to 2 turns again. She made her first start here off the layoff in a 6.5 furlong optional 16 N1X on the dirt. She got the show dough. The winner there was Princess Brittany, who next ran second to Flowers for Me in an optional 32 N2X, put up a 73 buyer figure. Race also produced 3 next out winners, one of those Sister Supreme herself, but also in addition to Princess Brittany, we saw 2 others run second in their next starts, and one of those was Tennessee Honeybee.
I'm listening. I'm checking odds.
Who ran back at the level, finished 5th.
She's 92.
Excuse me, finished 5 lengths back of the Bill Mott trained Kapoor. And that performance, by the way, if you saw Kapoor that day, was awesome. So yeah, I think this girl's legit, even with the switch back to dirt, but staying the 2 turns. And you've got Sunny Leon staying aboard as well.
Yeah, I think she's the only horse in this field with proven dirt speed. There are some others that have been fast on turf. That doesn't necessarily mean that's going to transfer that same type of speed on the main track. Katie's a Lady, the 3 comes to mind. I don't know. She's been on the main track 4 times, no wins, no seconds, no thirds, and she's a 10-time winner, so she likes to win races. She's obviously better on grass, so unfortunately for her, it came off. The scratch of the 4 also helps the 5 horse, I thought, in this race. Yeah, in good form. Doesn't matter there was turf the last start, because we already know that she's very adept on dirt with, as you mentioned, 6 of her 8 lifetime wins being on the main track. She's also 3rd star off a 5-month layoff. The connections you talked about, I think 9-2, especially the way this track is playing, that is a really good price. I can't imagine, especially after I just pump her here over the next minute or so. Just
you or both of us?
Yeah, both of us.
Right.
Yeah, you mainly,
Yeah,
Sister
right.
Supreme. So I put the 5 on top, obviously. In second, where did I go? The 8.
No, I did not go the 8 second.
Play Freebird, who, she's better on the main track anyways, right? I think she is. She won on the main track back on the 26th of December. Yes, it was a softer spot, but it was a pretty good win, I thought, from just off the pace. She comes out of a pretty good optional 12. I thought that the surface change really gave her an outside look in this race. I'm sure she's a big prize on the board right now. At the very least, she's an underneath horse in this race. She could pick up second or third, that type. And I put the 2 Crafty Collector in third. Very consistent. She was beaten at 4-5 in her last start by Dynamic Actress, the 6 horse. But, Dynamic Actress got a pretty easy lead in that race, and Crafty Collector just missed her. She should get a better setup here than she did in that particular spot.
And she was in that race off a win in the Cellar Shiraz.
Right, and it's not like she's going to be that far off the pace. Anyway, right, and she had that big win on the 31st of October at 61 to 1.
But I picked her, and by the way, if I do have her as in my top 3, but I have her pick 3rd. And I do think, she's run on the dirt once, Crafty Collector, but I don't really know what to make of it because that was just her second career race and she did not get away from the gate well. It was also a first start with blinkers. I don't think the bad performance was necessarily surface related, and she's a much more seasoned horse now, and the pedigree is obviously one that flexes. I put her 3rd. I went with the number 1, Still Thinking of You, in second. On the main track here, I think she fits. She's never raced on dirt, but it's a surface flexible pedigree here too, and she's been game against some goodies on grass. Got beat just 3.5 lengths last out in that optional 32 N2X, which was won by Dreaming of ABBA with Flowers for Me in second. And remember, Flowers for Me went on to beat Princess Brittany in that February 5th optional 32 N2X on the dirt and put up an 81 buyer figure doing it, by the way.
Normally when you're looking at a pick five sequence, it begins here, and you know that three of the five races are off the turf. You kind of roll your eyes. You're like, oh, geez, this is probably not even that playable. This is vicious. And
Yeah, still salty. Yeah.
that's a compliment. This is really, really hard. Those of you playing the pick five, can I give out a price horse
Get it.
for the sequence? It's in the next race, race number 6. I don't know how you feel about this horse, but I ended up with I picked the 8, King Rigert, who's 12-1 on the line. I like the races that this horse is coming out. He comes out of a very, very live race, especially that race 2 starts back at a mile and a 16th on the 20th of December. And he had a really bad start, January 9th. Clean break. He's going to be forwardly placed. I think that's where you want to be today. So King Rigert would be
I've got a price in that race.
That'd be my
myself.
separator. That's a good race. It's a price kind of race.
I'm on the 9 in that race. That's Tony B.
Okay, 10-1, 12-1 on the 8, 10-1 on the maybe named after the great former track announcer Tony Bentley.
Perhaps,
Maybe.
but let's not get the people confused, because
We're talking race 6.
we're
right
talking
now.
race 6.
So we're
for
talking
those
pick 5
fans.
because it starts here.
Yes, but yeah, we both like price horses on top in race 6. But again, as far as this one, race 5 goes, which again kicks off this late pick 5, 5-1-2 for me.
5-8-2 for me. Bye with the 5, who's just a really neat game 7-year-old mare who's in great form.
All right, let's see if Sister Supreme lives up to the name here in race 5.
Onto the track for today's fifth race. Start of the late pick five. A starter allowance here for fillies and mares, 4-year-olds and upward. They'll be a mile and 40 on the main track. The main track fast. Again, this race off the turf. Scratch the 4. Number 4 is scratched. A field of 7 remain in. Race 5 offers daily double, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, pick 3, super high 5. We start the late pick 5. Post time in 6 minutes. Five minutes. Fans, don't forget next week we have a full 5-day race week. Racing Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Again, one more Thursday of racing next February the 12th, this coming Thursday. Don't forget live racing next Thursday, February the 12th, in addition to our regular Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday schedule. Approaching the gate, 1 minute. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's 5th start of the late pick 5. Arriving at the gate for race 5. Your 8-5 favorite, number 2, Crafty Collector. Sammy Camacho and Gerald Bennett teaming up here with the favorite. Sister Supreme's 2-1, your second choice. Sonny Leone for Darian Rodriguez. Darian's had a real solid Tampa meet this season so far. Still Thinking of You, going to be the first to move in. Jesus Castanon for Derek Ryan. Gate 1. Still Thinking of You is acting up a bit there behind the gate. Late pick 5 getting started here. 35,000 in the pool right now. You still got a few moments to get involved. Still Thinking of You. Still not quite in. Getting closer though. Still Thinking of You now going up. And going in. Crafty Collector going to be next. Katie's a Lady coming up. Here's Sister Supreme. Dynamic Actress. Expecting a winner and Play Freebird. Expecting a winner coming up. Play Freebird. Jose Batista to the outside. Play Freebird going up. 38-1 long shot. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Katie's a Lady set for speed, goes right to the front at once. Crafty Collector away in good order toward the inside, and Sister Supreme is right there. So the two favorites just in behind Katie's a Lady, who crosses over in front there of Crafty Collector, who's going to have to move out to the 2 path. Up to the far outside, Dynamic Actress was away 4th in the black colors, 4 deep. Then comes a lineup of 3 at the back between horses expecting a winner. Out wide, Play Freebird, and Still Thinking of You is the trailer, but just 5 lengths cover the group as they work through that first turn and start their backstretch run. Katie's a Lady, some pressure now from Sister Supreme in that second position. Dynamic Actress, 3rd, a length back as Crafty Collector bides her time toward the inside, 4th, just a length and a half off the leaders. They're really bunching up now. They're only about 4 lengths front to back. It's still those 3 at the back, expecting a winner, Still Thinking of You, and Play Freebird is the trailer. 24.24 the opening quarter mile time as they have a half mile left to go in their journey. Katie's a Lady's been hard at it to maintain that lead through a 48.14 second opening half mile. To the far turn they run. Katie's a Lady still a half length to the good of Sister Supreme. Dynamic Actress coming alive on the outside from 3rd. Crafty Collector's in and amongst horses. Play Freebird's trying to advance with expecting a winner. Still Thinking of You had to tap on the brakes momentarily there. They're still 4 lengths front to back. Dynamic Actress is the leader around past the quarter pole. Down on the inside, Sister Supreme. They're a length and a half now, 2 clear of Katie's a Lady, Crafty Collector, and expecting a winner. Dynamic Actress and Samuel Marin roused to the lead. Battling bravely is Sister Supreme to that one's inside. Crafty Collector trying to pick them up. Katie's a Lady's trying to re-engage. 16th pole now. Dynamic Actress now 2 in front. Dynamic Actress with 50 yards to go. Sister Supreme going to try to hold second. Dynamic Actress at 5-2 wins it. Sister Supreme did hold second over Crafty Collector. Fourth was Katie's a Lady, and fifth, Still Thinking of You. Six, five, two, three, and one. 5-2, third choice, Dynamic Actress. The winner, 141.16 seconds. Results are official. 780 on the win for Dynamic Actress. Dynamic Actress to the winner's circle. Your fifth race winner. She's a 4-year-old Bay Filly by Oscar Performance out of Dino Temper. Was bred in Kentucky by Dixiana Farms, LLC. Steve Hassick, the winning owner. John Pimentel, the winning trainer. Samuel Moran aboard for the winning ride. Dynamic Actress, your fifth race winner as your third choice. Prices on the board. The exacta $10.10, trifecta $12.25, dime super $10.07. A daily double $12. Pick 3 $11.85. The pick 4 $279.15. Early pick 5 $1,848.45. The high 5 $283.50. Race 6 on deck in 22 minutes. Race 6 starts the late pick 4. We're once again at that mile and 40-yard distance. Get comfortable. We're going to be there the rest of the day. The number 1, a jockey change, Yammerhana Christos, now ridden by Alex Gonzalez. Number 9 is plus 1 pound. Post time for the 6th. The late pick 4 is in 22 minutes.
Race 6 is going to kick off our late pick 4 with an 8-claimer for 4-year-olds and up, which have never won 2 races. They'll be going a mile and 40 yards on the main track. My top pick in here, 10 to 1 morning line, currently sitting on the board at 6 to 1. That is the number 9, Tony B. I don't love his post, especially at this mile 40 distance, because they break. They basically go right into the turn. But I do think he could spring an upset in here for Daniel Damon. This is first off the layoff. First start ever on the main track. All 3 races so far have been on the turf. He won his debut here back in a maiden 16 in April, and then he was just up against it in that optional 75 N1X at Gulfstream. He was in with the legs, a layabout, who went on to win the Bears Den Stakes and the Tropical Park Derby, and the Grade 3 William McKnight put up a 93 buyer figure in that one. So when you look at the 12 and a half beaten lengths there, you gotta consider the competition. And then he just went to the bench and didn't run again until taking on Older for the first time in a 25 N2X here. He was a half step slow from the gate, buffed the horse to his inside, and so that upset the stride, and he was lengths back. Meanwhile, the pace up front, it was hot. He had a 22 opening quarter, a 45 and 3/2. That pace setter was Aegon Targaryen, who did eventually tire to 4th, then came back to score 2 in a row. And then another next out winner from the race was the 6th-placed Sebastian the First, who took a 16 N2L here by 3 lengths, put up a 70 buyer. 4 of those to run back did so in the money, including the winner, Chicago Theater, who put up an 83 buyer, getting the Shoto in an allowance here. And as for moving to the main track, I mean, Tony B, he is by multiple Grade 1 winner tonalist, who won the Peter Pan, the Belmont, 2 editions of the Jockey Club Gold Cup. And I don't know if you know this, I've mentioned this before on the simulcast, but I love horses. The one thing that I miss is that Belmont has not been running on its own surface. It's been Belmont at the Big A. Why? Because horses who have done well at Belmont proper over Big Sandy itself have tended to do well here at Tampa Bay Downs.
I have heard you say that before.
Right. And
I listen.
The fact that Tonalist did so well, I mean, just like you would look at turf pedigree, I almost look at like Belmont pedigree when I'm looking at horses here at Tampa, because they tend to do well here, as I said, over this course. So I'm going to go Tony B on top.
Yeah, I can. First of all, you like the hat?
I love the hat. I'm going to steal the hat from you.
Is
it stealing if it's your? It's not stealing if it's your spouse, actually.
Yeah, it's because it's the 100-year anniversary next weekend.
I know.
We'll be back to celebrate too. So
where's my hat? I actually work for you. I told Jason Beam to save me one. Where is it, Jason?
I look darn handsome in this hat
too. Actually.
By the way, the early pick 5 with the Chad Brown Tiny Price horse winning in the sequence paid over $1,800.
Gotta love Tampa.
Nothing to snivel at.
No.
This race is terrific. As I mentioned when we previewed the pick 5 a little bit, I like the 8 King Reigert in this race. I don't see much pace really in this race. You're going to get some probably from Paved in Gold, but I think King Reigert's going to get a nice trip, sitting first, second, maybe third early on, definitely be in the first flight. That last race, why was he 8th, 10 lengths back early? Because he walked out of the gate. I mean, I think he put a line to the last start, hopped the start. I thought it was really bad, the break. And you put a line through that, you see a 4.5 length winner, pretty much on the lead here, breaking the maiden on the 28th of November. Showed speed in a very tough 8-2L on the 20th of December. Runner-up in that race, came back to win next out, 4th place finisher, 5th place finisher, crushed. That was a very live race with 3 next out winners, not only winning next out, but doing it very well, I thought. So that was a key race. The win 3 starts back and the bad break, and now I'm getting a Price as well, drawn beautifully to the outside. I put your Tony B second. The only thing I'll add is the damn Navajo Kitten was a pretty good dirt horse also. I mean, Tonalist, obviously, you went through, Tonalist, a terrific dirt horse for Clement, thwarting California Chrome of the Triple Crown in 2014. But, yeah, Tony B has that dirt pedigree, and you mentioned the races his horse coming out. They're much faster races on grass. If he takes the dirt and he's bred to, he should, I think, has an outside shot in this look. Who did I put third? I put the 5 horse, Paved in Gold.
That's my second pick.
Yeah, because I mentioned there's not much pace in this race. So I want horses who have speed.
Speed and fade off the left for Tim Ham
so
here, yeah.
King Reigert, the 8 horse, I think with a clean break, he's going to show speed. The 5, Paved in Gold, kind of a speed and fade, as you mentioned. Hadn't raced in nearly 4 months. Had the lead early. And progressively got fatigued, tired, and was beaten 6 3/4 lengths. And that was a race in which the winner rallied from basically last to win. The race kind of collapsed as well. So a fairer racetrack, maybe a speed favoring racetrack. Second off the layoff. Paved in gold, I put in third.
Yeah, and he'd been game against some solid enough, relatively speaking, fields on the Kentucky circuit, and was dropping in for the lowest for which he'd ever run in that January 8th race. My third pick in here is the number 7. That is Paxton, who is actually getting saddled up in the paddock right now. I see him. Getting the girth tightened up. He's running the money here in 4 of 5. Lone off the board start was that 7 furlong, 8 and 12, which is second off the layoff. In the last 2 outings, he run second at the 2-turn distance. In the January 9th start, he was able to sit within a length and a half, 2 lengths off the pace, and then took over the lead, but he just couldn't hold off Theo's Thunder there in the end. And last out, he understandably went off as the favorite off that performance, but he didn't break well. So he was further back at the start, and he was sitting too far back off a soft pace. By the time he got into contention, he rushed up into a spot where he had no room to go any further, and then he was just left with too much to do while chasing after the leader on the wrong lead. So I do like that he showed tenacity. That's always something nice with, because the horses, you can't train that into them. They have to have that will to run, right? So I did like that. Ultimately, I went 9-5-7 in here.
I went 8-9-5. The last thing I'll say, the 8 horses 12-1. Throw out the last race, walked out of the gate at this level at 6-1. So why is this horse getting penalized for completely missing the break on the 9th of January? I think the bettors are penalizing this horse for a race in which he has a really valid excuse. 2 starts back, he was 3-1 at this level, and that was a key race. So I think 12-1 is a gift on King Rider.
Okay, both our horses to the outside here going that mile 40 distance. Don't love that, but hopefully they can overcome the draws. Both 7-1 on the board right now off their morning line odds. Your King Rider was 12-1 on the morning line. My boy Tony B 10-1.
He was 12-1 a second ago. Now he's 7-1.
Well, yeah. People are listening to you, Matt. What can I tell you? So, okay, reiterate top 3.
I don't know. 8, 9, 5, I think.
All right.
I closed my iPad.
Okay, 9-5-7 for me here in race 6, which again kicks off the late pick 4.
Onto the track post spreading for today's 6th race, an $8,000 claiming event. For 4-year-olds and upward, they'll be at 1 mile and 40 yards on the fast main track. Field of 9 set to go here. Jockey change on the number 1, Yemerahana Christos. Make the runner Alex Gonzalez. Alex Gonzalez rides the number 1. Number 9 is plus £1. Post time for today's 6th race. Started a late pick 4 in just 6 minutes. 2 minutes to post time. Today's sixth race will start the late pick 4 in 2 minutes. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Today's sixth race field. 1 minute away, 1 minute. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's sixth. Start of the late pick 4. That pool just got over $25,000. Field of 9 here at 1.40 miles. It's been a common refrain today. We still got 3 more races at this 1.40 mile distance. 7 of the 9 today. So it'll be a good day for figure makers. Make things a little easier on them. 5-2 favorite right now, number 7 Paxton. Oh, as soon as I said that, My Lucky Angel went to 2-1. 7-2 on the 5 paved in gold right now, your third choice as Blue Marble goes in. Here's Hasten coming up. Paxton, Marcos Meneses, 5-2 second choice coming forward. King Reigert, Strength and Guidance, they'll be the next 2. My Lucky Angel and Tony B, the final pair, will be set to kick off the late pick 4 here on a sunny Friday afternoon. It's a pleasant day. Tony B and Cipriano Gill to the outside going in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. My Lucky Angel out in good order. Paved in Gold is quicker, though. Paved in Gold up to grab the early lead. From Blue Marble away in that second position. Down to that one's inside. My Lucky Angel's third. Strength and Guidance gets down toward the fence in a very tight spot. Strength and Guidance had to take up off heels there. Had a little bit of traffic trouble. Was passed in the meantime by King Reigert and Paxton. Tony B is up to their outside after that. It's 2.5 more to hasten. And Yembre Hana Christos is the early trailer with 6 furlongs left to go. And Paved in Gold, Sunny Leone, they've had it their own way up top. 24.08 seconds. The opening quarter mile for Paved in Gold, a length and a half to the good. Paved in Gold racing a fair ways off the rail. Looks like it's about 3 or 4 paths off the fence there. As just in behind them, Blue Marble, King Reigert is second and third. Getting closer now, Paxton from fourth. Tony B is fifth in those bright blue colors. It's a length more, then back to My Lucky Angel, who starts to retreat a touchdown at the inside. Strength and Guidance. Yemrahana Christos is out of last. Hasten is now the trailer. 48.53 seconds. That was into the breeze down the back stretch. And on the front end, it's still Paved in Gold there. Paved in Gold, a length and a half to King Reigert. Paxton coming up between rivals. Is down to the inside. Blue Marble's back fourth. Tony B starts to get moving up on the outside, and Tony B's coming with a 4-wide sweep, blue colors and turquoise cap. Up front, Paved in Gold continues on. Paved in Gold has led every step of the journey here. 3 of them just in behind. Paxton looking to get off the fence. King Reigert 3 deep. 4 deep on the outside is Tony B. Paved in Gold to the top of the lane. It's Paved in Gold, a length and a half to Paxton. Tony B. My Lucky Angel resurgent down toward the inside. Still battling on is Blue Marble. Final 16 to go. Here comes Paxton after Paved in Gold. Paxton and Marcos Meneses roused to the lead. Battling on Paved in Gold to the inside. Paxton, Paved in Gold, Paxton, Paved in Gold. Paved in Gold battle back to get a photo with Paxton. I thought Paxton had it, but it's very close there after that. Tony B, My Lucky Angel, and Blue Marble. Photo finish. 142.49 the final time. See that slow-mo shot? That ended up tight. Seven was the winner, Paxton at 9-5. Second, Paved in Gold. Third, number 9, Tony B. Fourth to the number 4, My Lucky Angel. Fifth, number 6, Blue Marble. 7, 5, 9, 4, and 6. The unofficial order, 142.49 seconds. Seven, 5, 9, 4, 6. Still unofficial on the board. Paxton, your winner here after a couple of runner-up finishes. Results now official, 580 on the win. Paxton, a 5-year-old big gelding by Awesome Slew at a blind affection, was bred in Florida by Flying Finish Farm. Flying Finish Farm, the winning owners, Rory Miller, the winning trainer, Marcos Meneses. Aboard for the winning ride, Paxton holds on to win today's 6th event. Prices on the board. The exact at $10.30. Trifecta $48.85. The dime super $24.26. Daily double $14.60. The pick three $19. Pick four $27.25. And the high five $1,364. Today's seventh race is just 22 minutes away. We'll start our final pick three on today's card. This race is off the turf. Again, we're off the turf today. So mile and 40 on the main track. Scratch numbers 1 and 2. 1 and 2 are both scratched out of today's seventh race. Jockey change on the 6 Oro Rosso. Make the rider Alex Gonzalez. Race 7 on deck, just 21 minutes away here on this Friday.
All right, shout out to Luis at Tampa, Luis Acasio.
Right.
He actually gave out the exact in that race. Paxton over Paved in Gold. I had the right three horses. I just had them in the wrong order. I went 9-5-7 and came back 7-5-9.
Paved in Gold. That's a bad beat if you had Paved in Gold. Led the entire way, and Paxton just nailed him. He dug in, though. But the favorite prevails in race number 6. Now we have off the turf, distance again changed from mile to a mile 40.
Yep.
Scratch the 1 and the 2.
This is a main 16 for 4-year-olds and up.
Still a field of 8.
Yeah. And again, somehow, some way, you and I have landed on the same horse. Luis is not on our horse, by the way. Luis likes Alracique in here. But I went with the number 5, and apparently you did too. All the luck in for McBurney. This is off a Shodo performance. Off the bench here, going 7 furlongs against a main 10 field. He had not run since October. I think he should be stronger here. Second time out, I think 2 turns should be fine, though he's never been beyond 1. Started the career against some good main special weight fields. He actually finished just a 2.5 lengths back of Mibago in start 2. So we'll see if he can step it up here with a race under the girth.
Wow, he's out of a Wilco mare. Wilco won the Breeders' Cup Juvenile like 25, 26 years ago for one. Craig DeLasse, I believe. Paul Redham, the owner. Also a good band, right, from the 80s, Wilco, or was it the 90s? But yeah, I mean, I was never going to pick the 5 on turf, but I think this horse really moves up on the main track. It's another race in which I just see very little pace, and this is Camacho aboard a horse that's tactical sprinting on dirt, now getting longer on dirt in a race that was scheduled for turf that's void of speed. So I think Camacho goes right to the front in this race. A horse who'd only, 10 of his 13 lifetime starts had been on the main track anyways. So yeah, I put him on top. In second, Moralito, the 10.
Moralito's my third pick.
Okay, lightly raced. Blinkers come on. Seems to be improving a little bit. Third star of a 5-month layoff, so some reasons to like, and obviously an excellent barn in Darian Rodriguez.
I mean, the fact that they claimed him out of his debut, they obviously had their eye on him for some reason.
Yeah, first out at the maiden 10 level in a 4-horse field. He was 9-5. I'll admit I didn't check the chart. He could have been third choice in a 4-horse field at 9-5, probably second or third choice. He wasn't favored. So I put him second, and then in third, the 9-horse that would be Last Bottle for me, who I thought ran okay on dirt in his last start. I mean, this is a group of horses that wanted turf, right? So at the maiden 16 level, it's not as strong a feel as it would have been on grass. Now that it's come off, I mean, it's tough to love anybody in this race. Because of that, I think you need a little bit of value. And just I'll say it quickly, the 4 can win this race, obviously, Alracique. But this horse has had plenty of chances.
Yeah, that's the thing.
0 for 10, beaten favorite pretty often, losing at 4-5, losing at 2-5. Just most recently, not a beaten favorite, but beaten at 3-1. Not particularly quick. I prefer the grass pedigree to the dirt pedigree. I think this is a vulnerable favorite in a race in which no result would really surprise me.
Well, I'll tell you, my second pick, and I actually vacillated between making the 7 or the 5 the top pick. So I like them both pretty equally. The 7 is And That's My Story. And this horse has had 2 starts here this meet for Castillo, both on the turf. He actually got the Shodo in a mean 25 in the first start here, going just a mile. And prior to the layoff, running on synthetic at Presque Isle, he's been on dirt only once and was well beaten, but not before being competitive early. And take in mind, that was a mile main special weight in with the legs of Brother Kenny. And Brother Kenny has gone on to become a multiple stakes winner, multiple graded stakes place with Shodo performances in the Indiana and West Virginia Derbies, figures in the 90s.
I saw him in person in the Indiana Derby.
Well, there you go. And so I don't mind so much that obviously that performance for And That's My Story wasn't something to write home about, so to speak. So I ultimately went, again, 5, 7, 10 in here. Moralito, as you were talking about, in for Darian Rodriguez, run third in the 2 starts at the main 10 level here. The first was off that layoff, had that wide draw, came rolling from off the pace, and from double-digit lengths back, and we did see that, as you were talking about. He was fitter in start 2. He sat closer. The pace was also slower.
At least he's been competitive.
Right.
And he's lightly raced. Others in this field, there's a few that have had have a lot more experience and are not in good form right now.
Yeah, and I mean the thing is yeah, with 200 the girth, I think he also has a better understanding of what his job is now. I mean, he's looked a bit green in his races, and I think he's good enough to at least get a check over a field that was meant for grass. So go ahead and remind us of your
Okay.
official top three in here.
I am. Oh, where did I don't know where I wrote it now. I have too many notes here.
You
oh,
have
five.
yeah, there you go.
5, 10, 9. And the 8 horse is taking a massive class drop, is lightly raced, and by Flame Away. I know it's rude to point.
That's
rude
a good
to point.
Yeah.
But I think the 8 has dirt pedigree, and I think he's a horse to use. So don't sleep on the 8 underneath.
Yeah, I mean, I looked at that horse as well, and like you said,
I'm
class
turning this
dropping
off.
from being special weight company. You know, I know he hasn't been particularly fast, but maybe the class drop and move to the main track will make a difference. But yeah, 5, 7, 10 for me here in race 7, and we'll check you back for race 8.
The horses on the track post parading for today's 7th race. This race off the turf at 1:40 on the main track. $16,000 maiden claiming event for 4-year-olds and upward. Scratch 1 and 2. 1 and 2 are scratch. Jockey change on the 6 Oro Rosso. Make the rider Alex Gonzalez. Field of 8 to the gate here in race 7. We have daily double, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, and pick 3 wagering. We have a super high 5 as well. Post time for today's 7th in 5 minutes. 2 minutes to post time. Today's seventh race, 2 minutes. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Today's seventh race field, just 1 minute away. The horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's seventh, late pick 3 time here at Tampa Bay Downs. Field of 8 here at the mile and 40. 2-1 on the 4, Al Rasik, your favorite. 3-1 out wide, Moralito. 7-2 on the 5. That's all the luck. Here is the favorite, Al Rasik, moving up. Last bottle, Skylar Spanabel for Robert Smith to gate 9. 2 more left to load. Oro Rosso and Moralito will be all set for a start. Starter Eddie Boobles to send them on their way here, mile and 40. Moralito and Adamar Santos to the outside. Goes in. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Devilment out very well. Goes out to the early advantage. Last bottle up to the outside. And now here's And That's My Story as they sprint toward that first turn. And That's My Story. Going to get there first. Works over toward the inside rail from the outside. Last bottles. Trying to hold that rail position is Devilment down on the fence. And behind that, Al Rasik. Some trouble there for Oro Rosso, who went off heels from all the luck. Out wide, Moralito is racing now in the 6th position. Oro Rosso, after that, troubles back in 7th. And Flamefire's the early trailer. As And That's My Story is the leader. 24.87 seconds, and That's My Story out of the back stretch, a half length in front. Some mild pressure from Devilment down on the inside. After that comes All the Luck. Moralito on the far outside. Al Rasik in amongst horses. Got a tap to just go up a little bit closer now into that second flight. It's a break of 5 more then. Back to Flamefire, who moves up to the outside of Oro Rosso. It's 2 more then back to Last Bottle, who's dropped out last. Just over 3.5 furlongs to go. The opening half, 49.20 seconds. It's And That's My Story, just in front of Devilment, who's been pressing from the inside throughout. Length and a half more to Moralito, who's 3 deep in 3rd. All the Luck, Al Rasik is back 5th. It's another 5 then. Back to Flamefire. Last Bottle's trying to re-engage as Oro Rosso drops out last. Around to the quarter pole. And That's My Story. Still trying to put away a stubborn Devilment, who's been in a tough spot down toward the insides, trying to hold that rail position and stay in there as they come around to the top of the stretch. And That's My Story. Devilment with the length of the stretch to try to push on by is within a neck. 3 more back to Moralito. Al Rasik is getting going down toward the fence. A final 16th to go. And That's My Story now starting to edge clear of Devilment, who switches to the outside, but it's far too late. And That's My Story, and Wesley Ho to win it. Devilment ran a good one at a big price for 2nd. 3rd went to Al Rasik over Moralito. Seven, 3, 4, 10, and 9. 5-2. Second choice here, and That's My Story. Results are official. $7 on the win for And That's My Story. Results official here in today's 7th. And That's My Story breaks the maiden here. Had previously won, but was disqualified, so this is the first time for the win here. After hitting the board 9 times from 17 career starts, 4-year-old Big Gelding by alternation out of Polis Place was bred in Kentucky by John O'Meara. John O'Meara is the winning owner. Michelle Castillo, the winning trainer. Wesley Ho aboard for the winning ride. And That's My Story to the winner's circle. The exacta, $79.90. Trifecta, $94.90. The dime super, $80.29. Daily double, a pair of sevens, $13.10. The pick three, $32.50. Nobody had the super high five, so we're going to have a nice little carryover of $3,269 into the upcoming 8th race. Race 8, an allowance optional claiming event at, you guessed it, 1 mile and 40 yards. Numbers 1 and 2, both 1 pound over. Post time for the 8th coming up in 21 minutes at 4:11.
Matt, I'm kicking myself. What did I tell you before that race? I vacillated, right? I said I went between the 5 and the 7 as my top pick. I went the wrong way.
Life's about tough decisions.
Yeah.
It's about, right?
Yeah, that was a good win there for the 7. Although there was that little bit of rubbing and stretch as he went on by.
Yeah, I mean, hey, the best horse by a mile.
But yeah, for
won.
sure.
But I thought they might take a peek. No peek, went official, and
now we got race 8. And
this is a good group of horses going a mile 40.
Yeah, it's for 4-year-olds and up, which have never won 2 races other than maiden claiming starter or state bredder, which have never won 3 races, or an optional claiming price of $32,000. They're going to be going a mile and 40 yards. Again, on the main track. I'm going to try to, well, I mean, the horse isn't even favored right now. The morning line favorite, the 5, Skate Away, in here for Todd Pletcher. We got Sammy Marin
He'll be
aboard.
the post-time favorite.
The current favorite, off a 6-1 morning line, is the number 4, Icelander, in here for Carlos Narvaez with Sonny Leone aboard. I'm not going with either of them as the top pick. I've got the number 6, Forged Steel, on top. Very fast if he gets the opportunity, which he didn't last out in that January 17th start, going 8.5 furlongs on the turf. He was drawn wide. It took a while for the field to draw over, and when they did, they closed up in front of him. So he was much further back than we've seen. I'm going to ignore that start. The race prior to that, he was making a first off a freshener and a first go against Older at that. Dueled on the front end through some honest fractions and was on the lead come stretch, but he couldn't hold off the Older Hades, who went on to get the show dough in the Sunshine Classic, put up an 82 Beyer figure. Fellow entrant Out of the Dark, he next put up an 81, getting beat a half length at the level out of there. And then the previous dirt start that Forged Steel had, he was in an off the layoff going in the 7 furlong carryback stakes. The pace was hot in the slop. You had a half in sub 44, and that was set by Here Comes Francis, who had won his first 2 starts. The maiden at Gulfstream earning a 97 Beyer figure, and then an optional 75 N1X here at Tampa, putting up an 88. Now, he eventually tired to 4th, and then the other 2 dirt starts here, or dirt starts that this horse has had rather, were the Street Sense, where he got the lead before tiring, going the 2 turns for the first time. The winner was Sovereignty, for crying out loud. And then the debut, and that's when he ran a well-beaten second after contesting the pace. And that winner there was rated by Merritt, who went on to sweep the Florida Sire Stakes Series, okay? By the way, that horse is still undefeated. He's added the Discovery to his resume. So I'm thinking with a good start, Forged Steel could get the jump, take them all the way, and if he doesn't beat, say, Skate Away or even Icelander on the stretch out to the lead, he has also shown that he's willing to duel. I did use Skate Away as my second pick, again, in for Todd Pletcher, Sammy Marin aboard. He hasn't run since April, and, you know, that's when he wired through comfortable fractions, an optional 125 N1X field at Keeneland, going 8.5. I don't have to tell you, that was a really good field, right? The runner-up was Lion of Justice, who had put up a 92 Beyer on debut, beating DeTore, the horse, at Colonial. You had Valentinian in there. He had won his debut here at Tampa and is now stakes placed. He was 3rd. You had Lured Away, also stakes placed. He was 4th. You had Cup and Saucer winner Ashley's Archer, who was 6th. Special Caliber was a next out winner of an allowance at Horseshoe, put up an 82 Beyer, and so you get the idea. Skate Away's only loss was on debut, going just 6 furlongs. He pressed the pace after a bad start, ended up 4th, being 10.5 to his stablemate, River Thames, who went on to win again out of there, ahead of a runner-up finish, being just a neck in the Grade 2 Found of Youth to Sovereignty. And then he got beat just 3/4 of length in the Bluegrass. So yeah, I mean, this boy's got mighty impressive credentials. Todd can get him to roll off a long layoff like this, and he could prove just too tough, even taking on Older for the first time.
Yeah, I mean, the purse is $56,500. So this is a good group. I really wanted to like, you know, those horses you want to like.
Yeah.
I really wanted to like Seeking Unity.
That's my 3rd pick.
Because he's the wealthiest horse in the field.
Yep.
It's not even close. He's made $374,000.
First time gelding now. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, you know, he wasn't very good in his last start, but I mean, that was an optional 50. Malerchuk, the runner-up, that is a horse that was putting together back-to-back, you know, low 100-plus Beyers. So those are really good horses. The problem I have with Seeking Unity is I can overlook an 8-month layoff if I'm getting a price, if I've seen a horse who's run well fresh before. But I went through his lifetime past performances. He's never run well. He's never run well off a layoff before. So I would look for Seeking Unity, maybe next start, second off the layoff. I think this field is too good for him off of that absence based on what he's done in the past off of layoffs to put on top. I went with the chalk, the horse who will be the chalk, and that Skate Away. This horse is quick. Those back-to-back wins, I thought at Gulfstream and Keeneland, the only 2 times this horse has gone 2 turns were very good wins. He was 4-1 and 6-1 in both instances. You mentioned the speed and fade in the debut versus River Thames, 94, came back with that 92. I think in an optional 75 in his next start, and then you talked about beating a neck to Sovereignty.
Yeah.
So the credentials are there, and I don't think the mile 40 will be a problem for this horse off of the lap. I don't. I thought he actually ran pretty well in his debut, even though he finished fourth in that race. He was 16-1, and River Thames was a dynamite winner that day. So I put him on top. I put Icelander in second to 4. He's the most consistent horse in the field. 4 wins, 3 seconds, 3/3 from 12 starts. He had back-to-back wins. Then he ran second most recently, and that was a race in which Mr. Pennypincher just got loose in the lead and went gate to wire. So I thought the way he closed to finish second was fairly impressive. And then in third, out of the dark, the 3, another kind of horse, you know what he is. I don't know if that's good enough to win this race, but I think he'll get a piece, he'll get a slice. He hasn't won a race in a while. He has lost, 6 consecutive races, but he's been close, right? He did for second most recently. He makes his third start off a little layoff. From a trip standpoint, he should get a good trip. I think this is his ideal distance, so I put him in third. Seeking Unity, if he runs well, I won't be surprised, but I think he needs one. I think the horse to beat is Skate Away, and I think he's probably also the horse to catch, because the other horses that show speed, the 2, Tapper's Valor, I just don't know if he has the same type of quality. Your pick, Ford Steele, is interesting because he's going to show some pace as well, but I ended up with a kind of a boring selection of Skate Away for Pletcher.
I know, it's kind of not like you.
I know.
My gosh, you're going with the chalk, and I'm trying. Yeah, well, we'll see what happens.
I know.
Will say Ford Steele is mighty pretty out there. He is very pretty. But yes, it's going to be hard to beat Skate Away. He could prove aptly named. Go ahead, reiterate your top 3.
5, 4, 3, race 8.
I'm going 6-5-1 here in race 8, and we'll check you back for the 9th and final of the day.
Onto the track, post parading for today's 8th race. We start the late daily double here. This is a $32,000 allowance optional claiming event for 4-year-olds and upward. They'll be at a mile and 40 yards over the fast main track. +1 on numbers 1 and 2. It's a field of 8 set to go. Daily double, exact trifecta, superfecta wagering. We have a super high 5 carryover of $3,269. Post time for the 8th in 5 minutes. 2 minutes to post time, 2 minutes. Approaching the starting gate, just 1 minute to post time. Today's 8th race, the late double in 1 minute. Now the horses are approaching the starting gate, just 1 minute. The horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up for today's 8th race, start of the late daily double. Here on Festival Preview Day Eve. Don't forget tomorrow, the big day. 11 races starting just after 12 noon, featuring the Suncoast Stakes and the Sam F. Davis Stakes, both roads to the Kentucky Oaks and Kentucky Derby, respectively. Should be a great afternoon tomorrow. Hope you'll join us on track or via simulcast or your favorite ADW wagering platform. Here's Tapper's Valor moving up. Forge Steel to gate 6. Out of the dark, Alonso Quinones to the 3rd position. Out of the dark coming up. Icelander and Sir Saffer the next two. The final one to join Zatara, Sammy Camacho for Jan Arnett. Right now at 18-1. 8-5 Skateaway, 2-1 Forged Steel. Those are your top two choices. As Zatara goes in, there in the gate. Icelander acting up there in gate 4. Settles down. And the race is on. Good start for Skateaway, who sprints right to the front. Ford Steel going to go with that one. So the two favorites hook up right from the opening bell as they sprint to that first turn. Sir Saffer trying to keep up with them out 3 deep in third. Out of the darks, in between horses, in a bit tight there with Seeking Unity the fence. Icelanders in and amongst runners as well. Tapper's Valor's back second last. And the early trailer is Zatara. As they work through that first turn, it's Skateaway and Samuel Marin the leaders. Skateaway by 3/4 of a length. To the outside is Ford Steel. Those two at one another through a 23.58 second opening quarter mile. Sir Saffer has been parked to their outside for much of the journey. Another length then back to the pair of Icelander out of the dark. They race together 4th and 5th. They're a length and a half clear of Zatara, who's up to 6th. Then comes Tapper's Valor. Seeking Unity is the trailer. Just 7 lengths front to back with a half mile left to go. Skateaway, Ford Steel. They are on level terms with Sir Saffer right to their outside. 47.29 seconds was the opening half-mile time. Just over 3 furlongs left to go. Forged Steel on the outside, Skateaway on the inside. Those two start to inch away from Sir Saffer, who's now 2 lengths back in third. Length and a half more to Zatara, who's starting to get underway in the red colors, pink cap to the outside. 2 more after that to Icelander. Out of the dark, they're pushed along. These top 2 continue to be locked in battle. Skateaway on the inside, Forged Steel. Zatara trying to pick them up on the outside, has a final 3/16 to push on by. Forged Steel is put away. Skateaway. Now Zatara may be the main danger. Final furlong to go. Forged Steel and Edwin Gonzalez in front. Zatara down the outside, 2.5 lengths behind. Down the far outside, Seeking Unity's putting in a good late bid with Tapper's Valor, but Forged Steel won the battle and the war. Edwin Gonzalez and Forged Steel win it by 4.5, 5 in the end. Geared down was Zatara, who held second. Third ended up close there between Seeking Unity and Tapper's Valor. $140.25 for Forged Steel. Six, 8, 1, 2, and 7. 6, 8, 1, 2, 7. 8-5 second choice. Forged Steel the winner. Nobody had that super high 5, so we're going to have just shy of 11,000 carried over into the finale. We'll get to that in a moment. Results are official. 520 on the win for Forged Steel. Forged Steel, your 8th race winner. 4-year-old Gray Roan colt by Vacoma out of Scorecard was bred in Kentucky by Ralph Wilson. C2 Racing Stable, along with Mathis Stable, are the winning owners. Saffy Joseph Jr., the winning trainer. Edwin Gonzalez, a couple winners on the card for Edwin. It's Forge Steel victorious here in today's 8th race. $23.40 on the win, or on the exacta rather. The win was $5.20. Sorry about that. Trifecta $103.35. The dime super $610.57. Daily double $11.70. The pick three $19.05. And whoa, look at that super high five carryover. $10,979 carried over to the ninth and final. This race off the turf. It's at 1:40 on the main track. It's 29 minutes away at 4:49 p.m. Scratch numbers 2, 6, 9, 10, and 12. 2, 6, 9, 10, and 12 are scratched. The 11 will run and is plus 2 pounds. It's a field of 7 set to go with that big super high five carryover. Post time in 28 minutes. Fans do take note. Post time was adjusted a couple minutes. 4:46 is now the the final race post time. Post time is 19 minutes away.
Yeah, I tied you now. Ford Steel, baby, what is up?
Yeah, put away the 5 skate away, who obviously was short, having not raced in 10 months.
Play the
got
chalk,
tired,
you got burned.
and Ford Steel able to forge ahead. And I was just talking, and I had you came over and meet the gentleman as well, Louis Carbajal.
Yes.
Former trainer of Imperial Hint, one of the great sprinters we've had over the last 20 years, probably, right? He's assistant Saffy Joseph, so talk to Louis, and they get a victory.
Yeah, pretty awesome. And, I'll tell you, that was dominant. The other thing, he went off 8-5, though. So I can't take too much of a victory lap there. But in any case, we're tied in our little side wager going on. Race 9 is going to close out our card. This is for 4-year-olds and up, which have never won 2 races other than maiden claiming starter or state bred, or which have never won 3 races, or an optional claiming price of $32,000. They're going to be going a mile. Well, they
can I say one thing? And
yeah.
he said that Saffy will be here tomorrow.
Yes.
Dr. Kapoor,
awesome.
He's got in the Davis.
Yep. Now they were going to be going a mile on the turf. We're off, so we're going to be going the mile 40 on the main track. We're going to have to end the day tied in our little wager because we're both on the number 4, Septarian. This horse is making a first start for Riley Mott. Won the first 2 starts of his career on the dirt for Javier Contreras, then moved to Chad Brown, picked up the Shodo in the Mucho Macho Man, going the 1-turn mile there at Gulfstream, and then then he was well beaten going the 9 furlongs in the Grade 2 Risen Star. But hey, come on, the winner there was Magnitude, and he was 9 3/4 lengths clear, Magnitude, of the runner-up Chunk of Gold. So no embarrassment there. Septarian, he took some time off. He came back.
Magnitude freaked in that race.
Oh yeah, absolutely. No, for sure.
I think that was the best performance of any 3-year-old going into the Derby. Obviously, he went off the trail. That performance was unbelievable.
No, it certainly was. But I mean, after that, Septarian, they got him on the turf. They ran him in the Woodhaven, and he got beat just a neck by Dream On. That's a really nice DJ stable horse. He went on to score the Grade 2 Penn Mile out of there over another horse to exit that race, Cairo Caper. And there was actually a total of 4 to run back in the money, including another next out winner in End of Romance. And then we saw also Tis Dashing, who had finished 6th, beaten a length, go on to later win the Grade 2 Hill Prince ahead of a nose defeat in the Tropical Park Derby to Layabout. And so even with the surface, which obviously I think this horse has proven himself to be able to, again, well beaten, but contest or be competitive in much tougher fields. You got Sammy Marin aboard here, so I went with him as the top pick. The one, Gianna Bielacchi and for Avila, speed on the rail. 2 wins from 3 starts this meet, all sprints, though he can go 2 turns, so I could see him go out there and still dig in for a piece, getting a ground-saving trip. However, maybe the rail, I don't know. What do you think?
I think
a little dead today.
I think the track's fair, but I think the rail might be not the place to be over this racetrack, which seems kind of bizarre. Usually when speed's doing well, the rail's doing well. But speed's fine, but I think the being about the 3 or 4 path off the rail is the place to be. But Luca Bielacchi is the fastest horse in the race, and I wouldn't be surprised at all if that horse went wire to wire. You look at Septarian. What a neat little career thus far.
Yeah.
This is the 6th start for him. 6 different racetracks: Charlestown, Laurel, Gulfstream, Fairgrounds, Aqueduct, and now Tampa.
Yeah.
Right? He debuts at 4.5 furlongs at Charlestown. He's been at a mile on the Aqueduct turf course. He's been at 4.5. He's been at a mile and 1/8. He's been at turf, dirt, route sprints, 1-turn miles. And he's been at 6 different racetracks in 6 starts. He's done a lot for a horse who's this lightly raced. But you mentioned the company lines, so I don't need to revisit them. But he's also run well fresh, right? He won his debut at 2-1. So I'm not that concerned about the 9+ month layoff. And you mentioned the quality and class this horse possesses. So I did put him on top. The 5 horse Attack.
That's my 3rd pick.
Yeah.
Yep.
This is a horse that obviously moves up with the surface switch. Again, this is a horse who seems to be better on dirt. He has that dirt experience. He's also off a little bit of a layoff, but he's also performed fairly well fresh before, at least from a figure standpoint. Seems to be training well. A couple of very nice half-mile drills. That 48-2, nearly a bullet. Second at a 49. Kind of jumps off the page a little bit from the 1st of February. So I put him in 2nd, and then in 3rd, I went outside, right? Mose, is that how I say that? M-O-H-S? Is it Mose?
Was it Mose? Was it not Mose? Wait.
The 10's in this race, isn't he? He's on scratch, is he? Don't tell me he's scratched.
Moses scratched.
Oh, my goodness. It's my fault. Okay, so the 10 is out. I have to regroup here then. Obviously, I should have known that. I apologize. I guess I would have to go to the 1. Then, Jean-Luc would be lucky because of that speed. And a horse who, I mean, this horse had sprinter speed. This horse was up 6, going 6 furlongs here at Tampa. 44 and 1 here for the half mile. I know the track was fast. That is flying. So this horse might be able to get kind of loosey-goosey on the front end in here, and he's feeling pretty good. He's probably never been better than he is now, and obviously the barn is as good as any here from a percentage standpoint, and Juanavila. So I'll put the 1 in third because
I totally butchered his name when I said it a minute ago. You said it right.
Gianluca.
Gianluca be lucky.
Be lucky.
But yeah, I mean, going back to the 5 attack, last 3 outings you're talking about, he's been running on dirt against Stakes Company in Canada. I mean, he was second in the Manitoba Derby, third in the Grade 3 Canadian Derby, and then he disappointed as the favorite in the British Columbia Derby. He's been off since. It is kind of crazy. It's the dirt form because he's out of a Galileo mare, but then again, there is surface flexibility when you go beyond that, and that's exemplified by the fact, just from a fun pedigree note, his granny is a coma, and she was a graded stakes-winning millionaire on all 3 surfaces.
Yep.
So, yeah, I think
he's a little bit of a grinder.
Yes, he grinds it out. Yeah.
And you also got to, his only true win where he crossed the wire first was at Woodbine on the synthetic.
Oh, he's a pretty boy. I'm
so
looking at him right now.
His win at Assiniboia in Winnipeg was via DQ on the 4th of August. So he hasn't crossed the wire first in a long time, November of 2024. This is a good group, so probably a better underneath horse.
He's coming by right now to stare you down, Matt.
Okay, all right, but I think Septarian is the horse to beat, and I do think Jean-Luc. It's fun to say. Try it. Jean-Luc. Be lucky is the horse to catch. Jean-Luc.
Yes. Well, this has been fun hanging out with you today. You're not going to be with me all day tomorrow for Sam.
I'm going to bounce around tomorrow
for the Sam F. Davis card, but yeah, you'll be in and out.
I'll be here for FanDuel.
Yes, and again, it's nice to end the day knowing that you're not ahead of me, that we're tied. But go ahead and reiterate your top 3 picks, if you would.
I turned in the wrong selection for third. So it will be the revised will be 4.
I think you should get penalized for that.
5,
actually,
I think you're probably right. 4, 5, 1. It's worthy of disqualification, I think.
4, 1, 5 for me here in race 9.
First post tomorrow, 12:10.
There you go. And we will see you back here tomorrow where we've got Kentucky Derby and Oaks Points on the line right here at Tampa Bay Downs.
The horses onto the track post parading for today's ninth and final as we get set to close out day number 40 of the season. $32,000 allowance optional claiming event for 4-year-olds and upward. They'll be at a mile and 40 on the main track. This race off the turf, mile and 40 on the main. Scratch 2, 6, 9, 10, and 12. 2, 6, 9, 10, and 12 are scratch. Number 11 does run and is plus 2 pounds. Race 9 offers exact the trifecta and superfecta wagering. We have a $10,979 carryover in the super high five, and we have post time in 6 minutes. Two minutes to post time. Today's ninth and final in 2 minutes. Fans, just a reminder, today's ninth race does wrap up live racing here at Tampa Bay Downs. We're back tomorrow for Festival Preview Day. First post just after 12 o'clock noon. An 11 race card tomorrow featuring the Sun Coast and, of course, the Sam F. Davis card. Should be a great afternoon of racing here at Tampa Bay Downs. Post time just after 12 noon tomorrow. Simulcasting continues downstairs on the first floor. Poker at Silk's Poker Room on the third floor. Just 1 minute to post time. 1 minute. Just a reminder, too, this race has a super high five carryover of $10,979. You still got just over 1 minute to post. The horses are now approaching the starting gate. Today's ninth race field, 1 minute away. And the horses have reached the gate. It's post time. They're lining up now for today's ninth and finals. We get set to wrap up day number 40 of the season. Right back at it tomorrow, Festival Preview Day. Featuring the Sam F. Davis and the Suncoast Stakes. Should be a big day here at Tampa tomorrow. First post time right just after 12 noon. 7 of them here in the finale to go a mile and 40 yards. Your favorite 9 to 5 right now, number 1, Gianluca Be Lucky, who's going to be the first to go in. Here's Sullyway to gate number 3, 6 to 1 as they load in. Septarian, Samuel Marin for Riley Mott in the Resolute Racing colors. Going up. Here's Attack, Daniel Centeno for Craig Smith. The final 3 going to be Journeyman, Freedom Principle, and Isan, and we'll be all set for a start, ready to close the show here on a Friday. Journeyman coming up, Charlie Marquez for Michael Wright. Charlie's got a winner on today's card. Freedom Principle, Ubardo Cacique, and Isan, Siggy Gulberzuch to the outside gate, ready to close the show. They're in the gate. And the race is on. Gianluca Be Lucky got out to a good start. Freedom Principle toward the outside. Those two are going to be the quickest as they run to that first turn. It's Gianluca Be Lucky in front. A Freedom Principle between horses attacking a bit tight there is Septarian, and down along the inside Sullyway. There was a little bumping going into that first turn. After Journeyman's on the far outside, running along in 6th. The early trailer is Isan. As Gianluca Be Lucky and Sammy Camacho get comfortable on the lead. It's Gianluca Be Lucky with 6 furlongs to go, a 2.5 length lead. In that second spot, Freedom Principle. They're lined up just in behind that. Out wide, Journeyman's put ahead into the 3rd spot. Septarian's in and amongst horses with Attack. Sullyway toward the inside, and it's 5 or 6 more still back to Isan, who trails. 24.10 seconds was the opening quarter for Gianluca Be Lucky. Your 7 to 5 favorite leads him as they run to the half-mile pole. The lead stretched out to 4 now. Freedom Principle second. Journeyman third up on the outside. Travels pretty well. It's 2 more then. Back to Septarian, who's in the 4th position. Another 2.5 back to Attack. 3 more then to Isan. And Sullyway trails around the far turn. 46.89 seconds the opening half for Gianluca Be Lucky. And Sammy Camacho, foot on the gas pedal. They've opened up 6 now. Back in second, Freedom Principle. Pushed along here is Journeyman. Septarian's trying to get going, is up to 3rd. Isan is also putting in a bit of a bid with the red colors in behind. As they come past the 3/16 pole, Gianluca Be Lucky. The lead's down to 3.5 now. Gianluca Be Lucky to the 8th pole. Here's Freedom Principle trying to come after that one along with Septarian. Gianluca Be Lucky went quick and is now begging for the wire. Here comes Freedom Principle. Here comes Septarian on the outside. Freedom Principle and Septarian, they go right on by. Septarian on the outside. Freedom Principle, they hit the wire. Photo finish. Septarian or Freedom Principle. After that, Gianluca Be Lucky, Isan, and Journeyman. Photo finish. It's either the 8 to 5 second choice or a 40 to 1 bomb. 140.47 the final time. Slow-mo shot coming up here. Photo finish, photo sign still on the board. Very tight finish there between numbers 4 and 8. Number 4 posted first. Septarian. Second, number 8, Freedom Principle. Third, number 1, Gianluca Be Lucky. 4th to the 11, Isan. And we'll get 5th here up on the television shortly for that super high 5. Fifth went to the number 7, Journeyman. 4, 8, 1, 11, and 7. Second choice over the longest shot in the field, over the favorite. See that super high five payout once results go official. Results now official. 5:20 on the win. Septarian to the winner's circle. 4-year-old Bay Gelding by Protonico out of Amadeus Melody was bred in Kentucky by International Equities Holding Incorporated. Resolute Racing, the winning owners. Riley Mott, the winning trainer. Samuel Marin aboard for the winning ride. The Septarian keys a $4,970 super high five. The exact to $39.90. Trifecta $52.85. The dime super $81.31. Daily double $6.80. Pick 3 $13.85. Late pick 4 $47.35. Late pick 5 $241.90. Ultimate 6 returns $445.10. The carryover in the jackpot $15,000 into festival preview day. And then again, the dollar high five, nice payout there with one of the favorites on top, $4,970.60. Folks, that does close out the show for live racing this afternoon here at Tampa Bay Downs. We thank you for joining us on this Friday. Hope you make plans to join us tomorrow for Festival Preview Day. The Suncoast and Sam F. Davis headline an 11-race card that gets underway just after 12 noon. Today, simulcast wagering continues downstairs. Southwest Stakes coming up soon from Oaklawn Park. You can watch and wager on that downstairs at Tampa Bay Downs. Don't forget happy hour specials from 5 to 7 at Legends and Silks on floors 2 and 3 respectively. When you drive home, please do so safely. We look forward to seeing you back tomorrow for Festival Preview Day. Everyone have a good evening, pleasant drive home. We'll see you back tomorrow. Good night, everyone. From Tampa.